Buongiorno. Guten Tag. Howdy. Hey everybody, welcome along. Happy Wednesday to you all. Welcome back to Chillin and Buildin. My name is Spanj. That's just Spanj, but you know, it wouldn't rhyme otherwise. I hope you're doing well. Thank you very much for joining me today. Welcome back to Empyrion Galactic Survival. Doing that building thing that we do again. Alright, let's have a look around, shall we? Good evening, Noctan. How the bloody hell are you? I'm alright, mate. I'm alright. I'm okay. Got a little bit of remnants of, like, another cold dredged up from the freaking petri dish that is nursery. Child brings them all home, but otherwise I'm fine. Thank you very much for asking. Hello, Tracker. Good afternoon to you too. Void Wraith as well. Robot Brigadier. Vitor. Hello, hello. Spanj had an idea for a build style. Ships that have been retasked from their original function. Battleship, mining vessel, battleship. Well, Void Wraith, that's very much kind of along the theme that the Scavenger Alliance was originally. A lot of the builds that I did for the Scavenger Alliance, they had past lives. And some of the ships were so like Frankenstein monsters because they were parts from lots of different ships. I remember the Hubble orbital base station that I built was actually built within a derelict thruster housing of a dreadnought. that was the role play that I put into it and why it had that cylindrical design. But yeah, why does the music sound all sickly? I don't know. I haven't got it. It sounds fine to me. Nice looking ship. What we building today? Hey, Kiki, I'll get to that in a second, buddy. I am Bucky. I'm here on Time Spanj. Is too. Woo! I know, right? It's crazy. The kids are they? They're fine. The child is fine, and the unborn child is fine. Hold on a second, this is not Empyrion. Wait, it is, yeah. Bracket. Really, pulling that one out. Hey, Splinter. Kids are known as plate carriers, yep. You have to picture it with the heavy Aussie accent. Right, I gotcha. Oh, just before it started? Okay. Hey, Miles. Hey, Kira. How you doing? Good to see you guys in the chat. Thank you again for joining me today. Not the Canadas. Canada's up above there, look. Those are my experimental Canadas. Neither of them have really worked out, to be honest. So the mining carrier then, this thing is still not finished. Honestly, the thing that's taken the longest is the LCD work. But I'll take you through quickly stuff that I have done. So I started doing the LCD directions and stuff like that. We've got Reactor Core. I have to thank Life Force for the LCDs. I totally stole his LCDs from, and that needs an extra space there, doesn't it? I've only just noticed that. From his Adjudicator, that's the one. The Adjudicator. Pinched his LCD design from that. Because, I mean, I went with the sort of Imperial-esque color scheme. And, well, the Adjudicator over here has got a wonderful Imperial-esque color scheme throughout. You know, very, very similar. And Life Force, being the consummate professional that he is, puts freaking LCD directions and stuff on everything. So, thought, well, I'm not going to duplicate work when he's done it already for me. I just go and pinch his LCDs. So I'm currently in the process of putting those out and about. Still a lot to do. I want to put them pretty much on everything, you know, because this thing is a maze. It's an absolute maze to get around. I realize it is. Anybody that's not familiar with these build videos of me building it is going to come into this thing and go, where the f is everything? There's a door every level. There's different things on different levels. So, and we've got some really weird features on this ship, like there's a dedicated docking area for the Ushan, the combat ship. which slots nicely onto these rails, and the exit on the Ushan lines up perfectly with this. So, you know, it's dedicated docking for that. You got CPU cores and all that stuff in there. So if you carry up on these elevators, you then come out into like the sides of a freaking hydroponics area. It's not necessarily obvious what's where and stuff. So yeah, you've seen all this anyway. So the stuff that I have done is actually through the reactor core. I think when I was originally doing the build videos on this one, like, I remember saying that I'm not going to do anything behind the bulkheads here. I'm going to keep it empty.
Welcome.
Well, I've gone back on that. So what I've got here, let me do something real quick. What I got here is space for advanced plasma turbines, and I've created LCDs basically called upgrade points, and then put markers throughout the ship where these upgrades go. So the 4 auxiliary cores go in here, another advanced turbine, another 2 standard turbines can be tucked in under there. So there's these upgrade points there, and then I'm going to show you the shield array area. It's completely different from where you last saw it. This was all just empty, and I was like, I don't see any of the new consoles. I haven't redone the consoles. They're still the old ones. I've been working on the ship, the parts of the ship that I haven't even done yet. So I can go back and get the new consoles because they will work really nicely on the big bridge at the top. But I just haven't got there yet, so don't worry. This new disgusting shield array, I want the old one back. And it's not a case of, I don't like change. No, the old one spun, it rotated, it's just better in every way. I get that you can color this one in 3 different points. There's different color and stuff like that. Oh, when it glows, you pee. But other than that, it's an extremely underwhelming asset, and I really want the old one back. You know, this is from Empyrion. This is the official developer's work. And this is from some freaking Kiwi with an attitude problem. You know, this is this is the difference between the quality. Sorry, Vermilion. Not sorry. So yeah, the shield array now. This is like almost completely maxed out shield as well. What I've got in here, the ship now rocks a 216,000 shields, and that's a 1.3 million CPU, which is core 13, the 4 quantums, but no auxiliaries and no advanced core. So there's actually quite a lot of scope to add even more CPU onto this thing once you get through drone space and stuff. And yeah, more plasma turbines and stuff down here. These actually fit in without having to compromise the CPU and stuff. There's another one just tucked under there. And there's access to all of this. Like I've left access to all of this, so you can get through it, but it's like I said, it's just a bit all screwed in there and stuff like that, so a little bit higgledy-piggledy and whatnot. But with the upgrade point signal logic switched on, I've got little LCDs showing where the turret hardpoints are, on the top, on the bottom, where you can add extra guns if you've got the CPU spare, the excavator turrets and stuff like that. So, and I'm still, like I say, still working on it. So we'll get LCDs up here on the bridge for all these windows. Well, not all of them, but some of them. Swap the consoles out for the new shiny ones. And just make this whole area look a little bit more up to date as well. And that LCD there is just going to be a set of upgrade instructions and whatnot. So that can come off straight away. But yeah, it's a slog. When you get to the LCD stage of a build, oh my god, it is a slog. Really is, but it's getting there. It is getting there slowly but surely. Okay, so that's the mining carrier. We obviously know the mining shuttle was done like in less than 1 stream, and this thing's like perfect compact little mining shuttle, no warp drive, or just harvest boxes and mining the lasers. That will come onto the workshop at the same time as that, because it's basically a partnership. Partnership. Not partnership, but it is a partnership. between two ships. The partnership. Sister ship? Not a sister ship. New inverted console in the next update. Okay, so I may as well wait until that then. Thanks for a million. So a little while ago, I started building a endgame combat SV. This is what I came up with. I had the idea of having 4 wings, like an X-wing type thing, and then a big mass in the middle. The more I built this thing, I got really sort of waylaid with the engines and trying to keep the performance up. I think I've just done this kind of wrong. I think I'm going to abandon this one because already the stats aren't good and it doesn't even have a complete hull. Obviously, when I start putting generators and fuel tanks and hull and all the extra bits on that, the weight is just going to go up and up and up and up and up and up. And this thing is not going to move in any useful way. It's also only got 4 heavies and 4 mediums. That's its entire weapon loadout. And again, it's not something I'm necessarily happy with. The CPU limits on SV weapons, I feel, is a little bit restricting, but you've got to really specialize these SVs. And I'm just not overly happy with the shape, and I think that the shape I've chosen is really also hurting that restrictive CPU. And obviously, I think you can add auxiliary cores to this thing as well. No, it's core 17 already. Like, that's... Ugh. It's core 17, and I'm out of CPU. So, and it's, yes, it's got most of the bits. It's got fusion generators. It's got, how much shields has it got? 27k shields, big engines. So I know I put in most of the stuff that needs like CPU. I think I need something lighter, faster, that hits just as hard. That SV is the size of a CV, and that's part of its problem. It's too big and too heavy that I've had to put too much of the limited amount of CPU into engines just to make the fucker move, right? It's too big, basically. But it's crazy because...
Look at the size of that thing.
Yeah. Thanks, Luke. It's crazy because in order to fit all of that, you almost need something that big, but the problem is the dimensions are just way out of proportion. I need to rethink the whole concept of an endgame SV. I brought in the Mercury last stream as well, just as a sort of bit of a nostalgia hit. And this is a big SV. This was a Reforged 1 build. But it's more in a line with what I think I need to do. You know, apart from just the stacks of combat steel armor right at the front, it's pretty lightweight. Anybody else see barbecue tongs? Yeah, well, that's also one of the reasons as well. I don't think it's really come out how I originally envisioned it, you know. So we're going to start again. We're going to start a new SV today. I'm probably going to go to a different part of space, somewhere away from Saluzdacor's lag-inducing LCD set. By the way, this is freely available in the workshop. If you don't know, Saluzdacor's LCD set, I think it is literally called SD LCD or something like that. SD LCD list. There you go. It's basically every LCD that he creates for every single one of his builds, he copy and pastes onto this board and then updates the build onto the workshop. And it's good work. It's really, really good work. And you're free to use any of these in your own builds. Obviously, from a etiquette point of view, I would recommend obviously crediting him with the LCD work when you do, if you do use any of his work, as I will credit Lifeforce for nicking his LCDs. So yeah, very, very good. That SV could work in a TIE fighter style. Possibly. Anyway, we're going to disappear off over out of render distance of all that stuff. Boop. There we go. Get our frame rates back up again. What is up here? Oh, that's the base. Right, that's another area I was working at. Okay. We're going to work here. Let's go. Let's get all of us the stuff in that we need. First of all, SV starter. Okay. So we're going to do a mostly carbon build with combat steel around sensitive bits and a combat steel nose in order to take sort of any incoming fire. Oh, you know, things that penetrate shields, you know. But the way I'm going to do it is not by having like an outer hull. The outer hull is all just going to be carbon, and I'm going to put the combat steel like in front of or around critical devices. Keep the weight down minimum, and yes, we'll lose blocks. You're always going to lose blocks now, but they're going to be super cheap to repair because hopefully whatever missile or flak or whatever is penned through the shields, assuming you've flown it so your shields are still up, doesn't go through the combat steel underneath it and blow up the warp drive. Not that it's not going to have a warp drive. We don't need a warp drive. Do we need a warp drive? Big block in it. All right, so carbon and combat. Kind of looks argon. I always keep my abandoned projects. Sometimes I go back for part of the design that I could fit to new projects. Yeah, Judge, I'm not going to delete it. I'm not going to delete the abandoned ship. Abandoned ship! Oh, hey, it's abandoned ship! I would like an internal space. This is the thing with, like, SVs. By having an internal space, you're doubling the size of the SV. Just to be able to fit a person inside it. And the cockpit space and everything. But I feel for an endgame SV, it's entirely necessary to have an internal space. Because a lot of the time, or sometimes with these SVs, you are away from your capital vessel. You're either in a combat site that you can't warp to with cap vessels, or you've got to hover the ship and infiltrate a floating POI or something, which requires your ship to be hovering and also have respawn abilities and stuff like that. Yeah, so we'll need a warp-capable SV, and we'll need to have a clone chamber and a trauma station, right? And ideally a bit of storage, but oof. How are we going to fit all of that onto a combat capable one? I'm not sure, but we'll see what we can come up with, huh? Okay. So, advanced warp drivers, we don't need an advanced, right? We can have a standard warp drive. There's no point having advanced, but let's go ahead and embrace the fusion reactor straight away, because I suspect we're going to need one of those for all the power this thing's going to draw. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and just build essentially the central block, if you will, the core block. The core block where all the extenders and stuff are. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do we put the auxiliaries in there? Yeah, I mean, we're an endgame SV. Let's make this as good as we can, yeah? The advanced core is not something we can save to Blueprint. And it's also not something I want to put in anyway, because it's... You know... It's not something that is easy to make, right? It's easily accessible. Not that the freaking auxiliaries are easily accessible either, but you know what I mean. Right. I'm going to make a core block. The reason I'm doing this is because then I know dimensionally how big to make the hull. Advanced cores are allowed in blueprints. Okay. They're just incredibly difficult to make, though, aren't they? All right. I'm going to put an extra little buffer here between the core and these quantums. I want these protected. 6 data cores to make an SV advanced core, so minimum of 6 drone bases. Oh wow. Make it sound so easy. Do the drone bases guarantee a data core?
Welcome aboard.
Okay. Alright, so the minimum height that we need for the internal space of an SV is 3 blocks high. Ideally, you'd make it 4 blocks high, just so you can actually see what the hell you're doing and whatnot, you know? Alright, there's lots of little gaps in here as well that we could fit container extensions and stuff into. That's good. Yeah, let's grab some shield parts here. So we want an advanced shield generator. And let's just go for the advanced boosters for now. What's our CPU total is 50,000. Shield generator in here with the CPU blocks. Okay. Now the fusion reactor I think gives 200 shield recharge, right? 200 shield recharge. These things subtract 600. You know, 4 of them. So if we have 2 of these, we've got minus 1200, that's 1000. Minus 1000. One of these gives plus 1200. So we could have... Okay. We could have 4 of these, 1 charger, and then we could... That's 12, 18, 24,000, 2,400. One of these is 1,200. Need to make up another 1,200, basically. We have 3 of these. We'll try and get as much capacity as humanly possible, really. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to take 1 of these off and turn it into a charger. Then we'll use the next ones down, pure chargers, which are 600. So 2 of these will get us a positive charge rate again. Okay. That's essentially without the fusion reactor. That is essentially the engine block. It's a fusion reactor. Tricky one because generators and warp drives are both targetable. So it doesn't really make a difference having them separated. You know, if one blows, the other one blows. I'm just going to do that, but I'm going to encase it into combat steel because this is a critical component. Go. Question, I suppose, for Vermilion: would warp drive exploding take out the fusion reactor right next to it? I'm assuming it would. There's no info on here on like explosive damage, is that? So yeah. I think it would. A block of functionality, exactly. Engine block of functionality. Pure function. CPU, shields, power, and warp capability. There's space in here for other little giblets as well, though. So, things like a advanced detector. Yes, big boom all gone. Okay, cool. Okay, big boom all gone. And that combat steel wouldn't even insulate the auxiliary cores, is that what you're saying? From that big boom? That would be a shame. We're going to get a advanced matter transceiver. There we go. Put that on the back there. Big bada boom. Yeah. The thing is, it's like with especially with the SVs, it's very difficult to build an SV that has redundant protection for its core systems that's not massive and therefore performs like ass because of the block weight of its massive ass. So yeah. There's combat steel between the two, then yes, it'll survive easily. Okay, so there's combat steel between the jump drive and the auxiliary cores. My main concern is protecting these extremely expensive cores from the explosion. I don't care about the warp drive. I don't even care about the fusion reactor. Like, fusion's not hard to get hold of. The quantums as well. Again, not particularly fussed about them. Quantums are annoying to get, but they're not particularly difficult to get. So already we're at what? How many quantums are we costing here? 50. 50 quantums is 10. No, not even that. 5. If you're lucky. 5 infectors. Easy peasy. Right? 5 infectors. Done. So yeah. Now I will argue that a layer of combat steel on the bottom and the top of this core block would also be sensible. Good practice. But I'm worried about fucking so much weight on this thing that it's not even going to move. So I'm gonna risk it. Yeah, I'm gonna risk it. Hardened steel would be enough to insulate. The warp drive only deals around 1250 damage. Okay. So we could lose some weight here, can we? We could drop to hardened steel, which is 32 kilograms, which is half the weight of combat steel. If that's enough, then what's the explosion of the fusion though? That's like 3 blocks away though, so it should be okay, right? Okay, let me do replace blocks. 1126. Hull combat. Is it hull combat blocks small? I think it's blocks small with hull armor box small. One more. Oh, 122. 122. I think that's it. Hull combat block small. Damn it! Is it small blocks or blocks small? Risky for the biscuit. The SV fusion reactor explodes with 2000 damage and 8-meter radius. Combat steel would insulate from that, vaporizing everything. Sweet, okay. So we should still keep that facing combat steel between the warp drive. 8 blocks. Fuck me. Hull combat small blocks. Okay, thank you. Lots with hull armored small blocks. And what this does is it 74 blocks. It should replace everything here with combat steel. Indeed, it has done. Right, so keep these ones, however, between the fusion and these auxiliaries, combat steel. And that will hopefully insulate everything behind that. Ish. Assuming the explosion works in singular directions. Won't matter if you've got something between it and everything else. Oh, 16 blocks. That fusion is just... That fusion is a menace. But it is what it is. Alright. That's our engine block, right? We've got detector, we've got Wi-Fi already. So, anybody going, here, yeah, I have. Shut up. Let's squeeze a few other little practical bits in here as well. Aren't going to make much of a difference to anything. Some oxygen tanks. Don't need many of those. Pentaxid tank. Always good to pack. That in there. I'm going to stick things like fuel tanks and stuff elsewhere. Okay. We got an engine. Right. Good. Now we need some engines. Okay. Difficult to call the engines, got to be honest, because it's like I don't know how heavy this thing's going to be. And the size difference between, say, large and medium is significant. So you got to make the right call. I think I'm just going to go for a standard sort of wedge shape, standard Imperial Star Destroyer type deal, right? You should save a blueprint of the engine block. That's actually a really good idea. Should you know? That is an engine block. I don't know if it's a good engine block, but it was actually a good idea. 32 SV engine block. That'll save a bit of time, won't it? Very cool. I'm going to draw out a basic shape for a second. See if I can get some dimensions going on in here. Right. So your standard sort of T-section like deal. Okay, let's go. We haven't got a center vertical block. We've only got a horizontal. So standard T-section. Get this thing to do a T-pose. There's our SV. Ta-da! Finished. Done. But the difficulty is, okay, the engine block's going to be at the back of the ship. The safest part of the ship, right? We need a way in to the vessel, because we've already said that we need interior space. So that's actually quite a big part of the design as well, is you want to get in. Where do you change the oil? I could put a little like hatch on the bottom here. A little service bay. Yeah, okay. Let's say here. Okay. And the floor of the ship in terms of what you stand on. There. Got. This is really tricky to do at this stage of the build, but you also need to have the basic dimensions of this. It needs to be 3 blocks. So if that's the bottom of the ship, it needs to be 3 blocks. Otherwise you can't get underneath it unless you do crouching, and that's just weird. So we need to go further down. That is that 3 or 1? Or 2, sorry. That is 3 blocks, isn't it? 1. That's still only 2.5 blocks. So from the floor, we need to go further down. So that is that one there, I think. Can't place it because okay, there we go. That is 1, 2, 3.5. Perfect. Okay. That's for how far off the ground the ship needs to be. Hold on. Means I need to revise this ramp up here as well. And this needs to be an airtight one, to be honest. Might be easier to do a horizontal one. I don't think that's going to fit. Yeah. What happens when YouTube plays an ad in live stream? Does it put you back at the same point after, or do you miss stuff? You miss stuff, I am bucket, unfortunately. Spanj, there are new energy walkways that can be used as ramps, which are invisible while turned off. Oh, sweet. That's actually really cool. Let's try them. I haven't actually tried them yet, so this is exciting. New and exciting. Okay, let's try that. Let's, before we start messing about too much, let's try that. Okay. Gives us 1, 2, 3 blocks to that point, so that's nice. Alright, energy force fields. Is this these things here, the force fields? Is there energy barriers? These aren't ramped in any way. Am I missing it? Am I getting the wrong thing? Is it LCDs? Decals? Are they under the deco? I got the right ones. Oh, maybe they're not available for SVHV. Wow, okay. Oh, the new data pad looks sick. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's cool. These energy barriers, yeah, base CV. Energy walkways, base CV. Not for SVs, unfortunately. Okay, scrap that idea then. Back to the ramp blocks. The other thing I'd like for SVs is the friggin' boarding ramps. You know? Why can't we have the CV boarding ramps for SVs? That'd be sick, wouldn't it? Never mind. Two and a half. That one is a 3x5x3. That one, but airtight, please. Oh, come on, behave. That's not right. That one? That's right. Okay, that's what we want. Yeah, airtight. So double ramp system. That's our way into the ship. Apparently. Going to take a really big risk on this design and put a front-mounted cockpit. And I'll show how this is going to work. Normally on combat vessels, you want the cockpit way out of the way, but I think the weapon systems that I'm going to load out onto this thing are going to be hit and run. And so having a front-mounted cockpit with really good visibility, I think is going to be rather beneficial to that task. I will investigate them. The boarding ramps would be useless since they only extend one block down. Can't even crouch through the space they'd leave. I suppose. Well, can we have some boarding ramps designed for SVs? That's what I'm getting at. That fold down and maybe an extend ramp out or something like that, you know, Star Wars style. I'm kidding myself. I'm kidding myself that anything like that is ever gonna happen. Right, so we've got this wonderful little boarding ramp here. I want to have access to this part of the ship, so what I'm going to do is create another ramp. Make this not going to be outer hull, so that's fine. Make this carbon. I'm going to do this on one side, actually. There's pointless having a ramp either side. I could possibly use that space for something else. Assuming I'm going to have an inverse slope going that way towards the front of the ship, because this is the sort of mid, as it were. Okay. Sorry, I'm thinking aloud. Okay. We have the way into our ship. Didn't the Javelin have a front mounted cockpit? It was pretty sturdy. Now the Javelin's a rear mounted cockpit between the wings, like a Jedi Starfighter. The energy walkways look like they'd work fine on a HVSV. They're not overly durable, so I'll test that for the next update. Nice one, Vermilion. Awesome sauce. Sorry, brain freeze. Or fart, one of the others. A freeze or a fart? Maybe both. Some seriously good visibility. I wish we could add custom cockpits. Yeah. Right? What about moving that cockpit back? So it's not quite so long. I'm not sure how I'd fill this space in between, to be honest. The only drama with doing that is that I limit the amount of space I have then to make that line work from there. That cockpit it actually needs to go back a block still. Excuse me. Otherwise, we're going to have an airtight issue. That actually works out better anyway, because then I can use this to slope it down. Oh, sounds decent enough. Easy tiger. Transition there. Okay. Maybe a kind of retractable canopy window that can go over HVSV cockpit. That'd be swish. That would be swish. Okay. Engines. Let's just go outright for a large antimatter jet. So I figured, like, with engines, it's always best if you can stick them basically on the outside edges of the vessel. So there we go. Up forward and backwards. Should give us a good amount of yaw as well. I'm really, really tempted right now to do something that I haven't done in a very, very long time. In order to preserve the shape and aesthetics of this build. I'm going to bury these thrusters. I was waiting for some kind of like a sign or something, you know. It's just like a thunder or the power to just cut out or something. How dare you bury a thruster? What are you, a monster? The thing is, if I was to move, say, these rear thrusters back 3 blocks, then I could definitely put the side thruster just poking out between those. And then it wouldn't be too much of an issue, I don't think. For so long, I've been not burying my thruster on the sort of, not necessarily the hope, but in case the whole the blocked thruster thing becomes the meta, as it were, the standard, and then I'd have all these builds that have buried thrusters, and they'd simply just stop working. They'd complete redesigns or scrapping entirely. But the point is that the game is so far past any kind of major changes now. I think it's okay to bury some thrusters now. I think it's okay. We can do it again. We stopped doing it for so long, but I think we can do it again. Be free. Be free to bury those thrusters. Do it. Hide them away if you have to. This is 200 forwards backwards and 100 lefty righty. Look at that yaw. 148 degrees of yaw. Yes. Yes. It's looking a bit like a skeletal Y-wing. Yeah, a little bit. I was thinking more Razor Crest, you know, but no, I suppose skeletal Y-wing works well. Firefly, yeah. We shall bury the thrusters, and it shall be glorious, and everyone shall rejoice. I wish these ramps could have the custom color palettes. You know? But alas. Shall forever be enshrouded in suffering. Had an idea. I'm going to consult with Revion on a selection of cockpit canopies. Awesome. Very exciting. Hey dude, how you doing, buddy? What about an enclosed cockpit within the SV as a sort of escape pod aesthetic? It might be possible, because I was thinking that having a secondary cockpit actually set back here, you could have this one, like it's small and unoffensive kind of thing, and you could probably blend it in reasonably well, and that could be almost like an observation dome on the top, or like a Top Gun pod thing, isn't it, rather than a cockpit sometimes, you know, that little dome thing. So yeah, it's definitely an option to have something like that up there. Right, let's have a look at weapons. We need to have a look at weapons. How is this thing going to fight? Well, I've already said that I'm sort of going for the more hit and run style of ship. I have the Javelin serves as pretty good missile bomber. It's got the 4 EMP bombs, it's got the heavy missile launchers. It's just not very good at the practical side of like attacking a POI in terms of like going in and being a support vessel in that sense, you know. So if you've only defanged say like half the POI and you have to use the SV as your point of entry, the Javelin's not very good at that. It's very good at defanging the whole POI, then going getting the mothership and bringing that over. That's fine, because then you don't have to use the Javelin as the kind of entry point, you know. So let's say, argument's sake, you have to use this as your entry point. Is he going to be fighting in space or planets? Yeah, that's the thing. I think space. I'd like it to be able to do both, but realistically, I think this is going to be a space. Torpedoes, yeah. Well, torpedoes was instantly where my mind went as well, because the torps, where are they? I had them in my, there they are. The torpedo heavy launchers, right? You have 4 of these suckers. 3,250 CPU is the same, right? But then one of these torpedoes does 8,000 explosion damage in a radius of 10 blocks using the sledgehammer. Torpedo launchers. They have only one configuration. And having 4 of them is just ludicrous, I feel. So you probably only want 2. And then you want to load it up with something else that does shield damage, basically. This is where my brain is going with all this. So medium modulated lasers. Mediums, not heavies. Let me just double check this though. These here, medium modulated lasers against heavy laser hyper cannons. So the medium modulated lasers that do the best shield damage are the gammas with a range of 520 meters, also known as point blank, right? Gamma lasers, 200% damage versus shields, so 30,000 shield damage per minute. Is that the total after the 200%, or is it 30,000 shield damage as the base, and then you times that by 200%? So it's 60,000 shield damage per minute each, and you can have 8 of these, right? If you can, the CPU for 8 of them. Or we can have 2. Bear in mind that 1,750 times 8 is almost like 16,000 CPU. Or 2 at 80,000 damage per minute. 80,000 damage per minute each. Unlike in Reforged Eden 1, there's self-propelled and homing in Reforged Eden 2. Oh, swish. EMP bombs work okay in space and do 50% shield damage to orbital vessels. That would leave me with nothing to snipe with, pluck with, fight drones with, or anything like that. Is the only problem. If I have 2, if I dedicate all my weapons to just like throwables, let's say the torpedoes and the EMP bombs, then what the hell have I got left to fight with on the end of the thing? Whereas with laser cannons, at least they can be used to do other things, you know. So the hyper laser cannons do 80,000 per day, so you can get 2 of those, right? And you know, it's 160,000 damage per minute. Or 8 of those. See, to me, that's 60,000 shield damage per minute. 200% damage versus shields. Small modulated frequency crystal. 8 magazine capacity. They fire so fast. Rate of fire 600 rounds per minute at 8 rounds. So you basically, you go in, you go, and then you're out. It's like a freaking... it's a laser Vulcan cannon. Off you go. Use gamma frequency for increased damage to shields at the expense of range. These do an insane amount of shield damage. Do the heavy bomb launchers... do they do anti-shield as well? No. So these just do massive bombs, basically. So they're like the cluster bombs, the GPC-250. Okay. 5,550 damage across 7 block radius. 5 rounds per minute. Damn, that's a good bomb. How's that sound go? Doesn't come across the microphone probably because the filtering. It's probably just me going, burr, burr. Lasers, laser burr, burting with lasers. Right. So less CPU for the heavies. 160,000 damage per minute. More CPU for the modulateds. But much more damage. Four of those, which would be the equivalent same CPU, do more. Or do they do the same? They do a bit more. It's 240,000 damage. So it's got to be the 4 modulated lasers, but it's so freaking difficult to use. These have a range of 900 meters. That's the advantage. 900 meter range laser cannons. Yeah, it's got to be the laser cannons. 900 meters just gives us so much more options. It really does. I don't like that I can only have. It would look so much better if there were 4 of them. 800 meter range. Six medium. Oh, you managed to get another 2 medium lasers on there then, Oz. 33,000 shields is really good as well. What's the core on that, Oz? We need an aesthetic mode on functional blocks. Make them not work, but not take up CPU either. Yeah. I need faux laser cannons. I need fake lasers. I want to keep my torps. I think now how I can aesthetically work this in and still make it look cool. gonna have to do a cheats way. Probably gonna look like ass. I could use an antenna actually. I wonder if the antenna might actually look better. Oh yes, we don't have antennas for SVs, do we? We have these stupid things. Better than nothing. But a bit more reverse thrust on it also. Oh nice, I was well done. Advanced Core 17, that is. Okay. Making another ship. Hey Chucky, welcome along buddy, yep. Yeah, I sort of abandoned the SV that we started a couple of streams back. Not quite sure about it anymore. It's too big, I think. Overcooked it. What we're gonna have to do curve this in like around soon. It's a big hunk of weight, that is. No. It's more of a ship-to-ship torpedo. The Y-wing. The Y-wing, basically. Oh, we have two. 31,000. Okay. going to take that out, actually. Let's put a laser in. Reason being, the laser can then help with sheep. With
Welcome aboard.
oh, DMOS, dude, thank you for the sub, man. Welcome along. Yeah. That's the cockpit. That's the cup. Further and further back. This is just constantly moving it back. Okay. Where it gets really tricky. So, and like trying to curve the shape in. If you want to maintain some kind of like smooth, curvaceous hull that is, you know. There are these pretty cool blocks here, but I really need to do that. I'm working on this bit. The problem is I'll probably forget to turn it off, and then I'll start doing like annoying stuff that I don't want, you know. Hey, Rhythm. How you doing, buddy? John, sorry, I didn't see you earlier. Thank you very much for the 11 months. I don't think I got a notification. I think probably my Streamlabs connection with Twitch has expired and I'm not getting Twitch notifications. But John Quera, dude, thank you very much for the 11 months resub. Appreciate you. And Swick TV, welcome along. Thank you for the follow. Again, sorry, I didn't see that until now. Pro streamer right here, huh? So I've got to try and bury that thruster, but I might actually lower it, to be honest. Down. I don't know, it's... straight line for the engines that way, or if I lower it down, it's going to be that engine is peaking up, and then I got to bring something down, cover this nonsense up. I really like the amount of yaw that this thing's going to give me, like. Even with a complete hull, that 170 degrees, I just imagine it will go down to about 70, which is just a beautiful amount of yaw. We still need to put the up and down E-thrusters in. That's why we don't have any pitch or roll at the moment. But the up-down E-thrusters are pretty easy because I'm going to use the small ones here. Large antimatter SV thrusters. I should probably actually start cramming these things in, to be honest. There are 3... And it gives us 51 roll, 70 pitch instantly. There we go. We got some really good stats on this. The uppy downy is okay. That's going to slow down as we increase weight, though. So we're going to have to be careful around that. But see what we can come up with, shall we? problem here with having these thrusters here. That nozzle is going to be visible, and when it's on, you're going to see jet flow into that, and that's gonna upset me a little bit. I think I got two options: either I poke the friggin' nozzle out the side by moving this engine back, or turn it round so that the thrust is going in towards the warp drive. And I've just got some basically the venting on the back of this poking out, essentially. That's it. Ooh. All right, Chucky. Not easy. Right, yeah. I'm gonna move it back. I'm gonna move it back. I'm gonna move that back. $40,000 CPU. Paint the flames black, it won't show too much. Good idea. Good idea. I'm gonna press on with this one. Right. Rotate this though. It's difficult to see it. So the fins are the other way orientated. Weight watching in our weight watching. I don't really see any of this as critically important stuff. So to try and keep the SV performing, given its size, I'm putting the combat steel and the stuff around things that really matter, like the engine block over here, the cockpit. I'll insulate the fuel tanks and stuff as well, but hull blocks and stuff like that are going to be steel or carbon. The engines have got, a reasonable amount of hit points themselves, so they don't necessarily need to be looked after so much. I make this into like some kind of cool exhaust type thing. No more than 2 meters wide, you know. Hardest exercise for me in building is when you try to keep things small and compact. Morning after evening. Hey, Raccoona. How you doing, buddy? Morning after evening to you too, sir. I'm trying to right now just like do some almost like trussing over the top of these engines in an attempt to try and make them look like they actually are bracketed onto the hull in some fashion or another. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to do the same sort of thing over these thrusters that I've got going on here. Looks like you're going to need a quantum storage extenders on it to carry any ammo. Oh, for these torpedoes? Yeah, probably. Good call. Yeah, these torpedoes are going to be a bit weighty. I think I'm probably going to need more lift thrust as well. Thinking about it, like I've got enough. I've got the same amount of lift thrust as I've got down thrust. The down thrust isn't nearly as important because, you know, gravity. Whereas lift thrusters, yeah, more is definitely better in that category. And that is probably going to up our CPU. Yeah, not too bad, actually. Should give us a decent amount of lift, though. 13 meganewtons of lift. Got enough verticality somewhere. I could probably cram a medium. Because what do these give? 720 kilonewtons of lift. A medium. That's 720 kilonewtons. That's a medium jet is 3 meganewtons. 720 CPU compared to 240 CPU. But to get the same thrust, I'd need at least 4 of these. So that's more CPU. It's more CPU efficient to use a medium. The problem is mediums are fucker because they're massive. Is that a medium? That looks like a large to me. There's a medium. Bloody hell. Okay. So yeah. Chuck a medium in here. Lower it down one. Have the nozzle just poke the same height as the turret, so it's not going to be like too offensive. But we're going to have a lot more lift out of that. Probably take that one out. Take that one out. That's going to give us a little bit of an edge on that one. Yeah, 14.6 meganewtons of lift now. Surely you want equal up down for space combat and offset for in atmo combat. Well, not necessarily. I mean, if I do take this thing into atmo when it's full of frickin' sledgehammer torpedoes, I do not want it falling out of the sky. That's my primary motivation for putting more lift thrusts in place. But yeah, I suppose speaking strictly of base performance, then yeah, I guess you would want an equal amount, but that's not necessarily what we're talking about here. Problem with these carbon blocks, they're really difficult to see. But there is a way around that. What we can do is we replacey place that one on grey texture. There we go. And just do lock. Lock. There we go. Trying to look like an SV version of the Vendetta. Yeah, it's not far off, is it? The outboard engines, the wedge shape. Yeah. It's one big wing, basically, isn't it? You just need a few normal antimatter thrusters. They should give you a lot of thrust. It's all antimatter. Everything, this thing is, the whole ship is antimatter thrusters at the moment. Then again, this is going to be a hit and run, so I guess it doesn't matter too much. What's that? Oh, won't that block line of sight if behind the turret? If what's behind turret? I have no idea what you're referring to, unfortunately, but it should be alright. It should be alright. I think I'm going to move these torpedoes, though. I'm going to move them to the inside here. Inside. Oh, crap. They are wide. They're 3 high, aren't they? Not too high. Spoon. So typically they go underneath the thing and you just slap them on underneath stuff, you know. I'm a little worried that outside the engine there they're just a little vulnerable. I think I could work with that space. The Vendetta. It actually looks like a squished version of the wiring E.C. Henry came up with. Well, we'll see. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. Alright, I think this would be a good time to start putting controller extensions in and stuff like that. I mean, the majority of the hull shape, like the hull shape itself, is done. We've got obviously the finishing touches around the top and whatnot, but thank you, Austin. Thank you, appreciate that, dude. What are you saying, Nocturne? The thruster. What about the thruster? Yeah, I don't really know what to do about that, to be honest. I'm a little bit... I have to come up with something else. I don't think the port idea that I had going on there is going to work, but I'll see what I can come up with. Yeah, I've got something to do with the bottom of these fuel... These O2 tanks having only like half a block underneath them is probably not a great idea. I also need to figure out a way for this thing to land, given that it needs to be 3 blocks off the ground down there. So yeah, yeah, we have to come up with something interesting. Pretty sure he was asking about the thruster behind the turret blocking line of sight. thruster behind the turret. Oh, right. With the turret's shooting backwards, you mean? Yeah, yeah. That thruster will block line of sight backwards. You're absolutely right. Yep. I'm not too worried about that, though, to be honest. It's fine. Yeah. But yeah, no, good point. That is definitely something that's probably going to happen. It's going to want to shoot backwards and it won't be able to. Sorry, I'm getting distracted, aren't I? I just said 2 seconds ago, hey, let's do container controllers. So, quantum storage extender. Plus 5 CPU. Alright, fine. Let's do it. Ammo controller. Quantum. Container controller. Each one of these is 5. 3 times the capacity. 5 times the CPU. I won't do them all with the quantum side of things, but yeah, we're going to have to do a little test, see how much capacity it really can take. So we're going to put the actual ammo box back here, because this is the bit that explodes, right? And then I'm going to put the normal extensions in. I'm going to put the quantums far away from the ammo box itself, in case it does explode. Hopefully, the quantum extensions, which I believe cost CPU cores, don't they? Quantum cores, sorry, not CPU cores. Will be safe. I'm not sure where is safe on this ship, to be honest. All kindling. The whole freaking thing is kindling. Alright. Quantum, quantum, quantum. Quantum. Gives us 6, 8. Sledgehammer torpedoes. Oh boy. Wanna be in sledgehammer. $11,000. Now I'll work cut out on the top of this ship to do something here. I tell you, blending all that into some kind of very flat top. So I mean, you know, I figure we're going to lift this up a whole block here and then bring it back down again. Just doing it in a nice way. It's the challenge. Right. 14,000, so almost 30,000 between the two of them. How many sledgehammers can we hold? $35 in a box. Not the only ammunition that we've got to hold, though, is it? We've also got to hold 425 and 220. So 425 is the main one that we're going to be shooting. Do it in hundreds. Okay. Went over a bit there. Yeah, 372. Oh.
Welcome aboard.
So, yeah, there you go. 30 or so sledgehammers, 460, 220, that's the light laser turrets, and 186 in each box of the main laser armament. Probably fairly decent. Yeah, firing off 35 sledgehammers will be... I think that'll probably destroy most ships, to be honest. Thanks, Billy. Torps are space only, yeah. So, can only be used in space, yeah. The lasers and stuff that I've got, they can be used in Atmo. So the heavy hyper laser, that's fine. Use that. And that's got a really decent range on it, 900, so... can dance at the edge of range. 900 meters, pop freaking few laser rounds at something, back off. The light laser turret's range is what exactly? 700. Okay, so they're not going to engage until you're at 700 meters. Torpedoes range 800. All right. The shields on this thing. 21,000. Okay. We're at 42,000 CPU. Okay. Maybe I would add some more shields to this thing. Let's sort out, if we can, these thrusters here. I could probably get away with
Look at the size of that thing.
doing that, bringing them down a whole block, right? Yes, they're going to block the laser's line of sight as well. I realize this. Stop panicking. It's fine. I could, even if you're worried about it so much, right? I could bring that down as well. Plonk that there-ish. Yeah. There you go. Sorry, Chucky.
Welcome aboard.
Neil Devil Spawn, thank you for the follow and the sub. Welcome along. Polyverse, thank you for the 43 months. Oh, wow. Time flies when you're having fun. Haha, thank you, dude. 43 months. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you so much. It really does, doesn't it? Okay. Yeah. Follow edge. Follow edge. Everything's improved by adding edge to it. Honestly. Interesting. I've got to put some landing gears on this thing. That makes sense, right? So, get some landing gears. We've got 4 positions here that needs to go 3 down. Only one that can probably do that is that, but it needs to be
Welcome aboard.
that is not the right level. Oh, it is. Oh, it is. Oh, wonderful. Lovely. Does the tier 2 have a be that one? Super heavy retractable landing gear. That's only going to work if it's there, isn't it? Oh no, I can inset it into the hull. Oh sweet. That helps. Take that out. Put you there. Okay. That means that I need a landing gear. Meets. Comes down to that level. That's around about here somewhere. Easy. Yeah. No problem at all. That right there is why I just downloaded your BPs. I would never even know how all those shapes would work together. There you go. Yeah. Years and years of practice, friend. But to be honest, even I, just evidence there, get stuck sometimes. I want to try something with the modular wings. Don't know if this is going to work or not, but give it a go. I want the deltas. Damn it. Put a block there. Excuse me, sorry. This is part of the build that just takes patience. Because I know what I want to do. In case of whether I can do it or not. Spanj is a witch. Better see if he floats. Profile point of view, that looks pretty sick. Problem is, what am I going to do with this block? Sticks out like a sore thumb. The idea behind the wibbly wobbly pipes there is it makes it look like they bend, stuff like that. My theory, at least, anyway. Whether it holds up or not, I'm not sure. I'll let you guys be the judge of that. That would actually be better as a straight pipe into the engine manifold there. Has anyone got Spencer's Mansion to work on 7 Days to Die? I can't help you there, Jackie. Sorry, mate. Spanjage. Silverbeard, thank you for the 4 months resub, dude. I appreciate you. Landing gear is really pissing me off. It's such an awkward block. Thing is, it's like the thickness of that fin is exactly as thick as I want it, but it would be so much easier if it was full block thickness. As in, if I line up these two back to back like this, to do it. Well, no, that way around. Yeah, that way would work better because then you wouldn't have this lump on the outside. On the inside, which we could work with because of the pipes. That is just like it's just maybe it would work. Maybe I'm just checking the profile of this thing, like how sticky outy it is. But perhaps we could end it with this block other than the whole one. It would be okay. Okay. That actually, I think that's going to work. I think it's going to work. Okay, we'll use those. Spaced armor as well. That's the beauty of these super lightweight carbon blocks. They don't add anything to shields or anything like that, but they'll take an impact. They will shrug it off. Well, no, they won't. They'll damn thing will get destroyed, but it'll save something from getting hit behind it. Whatever it's behind it won't get hit. That's good. Then we can do something like this just to calm it the hell down. Landing gear is safe. One more around there like that. And there we go. It's actually not a bad aesthetic, really. Sweet. Okay. As the Holy Knight said to the bad guys with Indiana Jones, you have chosen poorly. Oh. Hey, Andrew. Says, hey, Spanjaroo, good morning or afternoon. I hope your day is amazing. Thanks for making content for our eyeballs. You're welcome, Andrew. Thanks for coming along. Wow. Have some bit of air in here. I wouldn't worry too much about 7 Days to Die mods right now. Patch due tomorrow. That's probably going to break all of them. Yep, probably. I wouldn't worry. Yeah. Soon, TM. Yep. Soon, TM. I feel like I was going to do this again here, but I don't think it's necessary. I think just having the small fin on the second engine will suffice, you know? That one fin. That's a good point. I forget about that. That makes me feel better. Hey, Kira, this is more like content for my eardrums. I just have the stream running in the background of another game. Hey, Kira, nice. Well, thank your eardrums for tuning in. I appreciate you, dude. Whichever capacity you guys join me, I am very appreciative of all of you. Thank you so much. We need to start that a little bit further out, huh? Nope. Don't know that pointy bit there. That pointy bit vexes me. It vexes me so. Which must be addressed. Has it done it again? Hello. The hell? Alright, so let me switch somehow to my multi-tool. I'm looking at this little section here and I'm like, okay. Temptation here is to fill this in. Try and like merge the hull into some kind of shape. But it's actually quite a good bit of hull space actually for these blocks, which can add a nice chunk of detail into areas that otherwise won't conform to the block shapes available. So you can add in some gribbling, okay, this section, and it'll end up looking like, you know, a more mechanical part of the ship rather than just an area of neglect. You know, add a nice intake valve. Could work quite nicely on the side there, maybe. Put some those there, and maybe one of those there, and then the rest could be texturing. And we can make that look pretty decent. There you go. Section's annoying me as well, so I think what I'm going to do is take all of that out. Going to have some angles. I was going to put the clone chamber there, but I don't think this thing's airtight. It is not. That is going to make that difficult. I need to raise it up. And that is not airtight, so box there. Symmetry mode off because I don't want that going across. And fill that in. Decent sized block, that clone chamber, so it's good to get that in. Gribbling, 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 gribbling. Greebles, rebels, gribels, gremlins. Large SVs are by far my favorite thing to build in Empyrion. There is a reason my scenario emphasizes SVHV blocks and scenarios. Brandon, what scenario is that? Tell me. Tell me about your scenario, my friend. We want to know. Just making up words. Yeah, pretty much. All words are made up, though. Think about it. Shit. Oh, it doesn't do it anymore. Nice. Pretty sure. Hang on, I gotta Google it now. That it is a real word. I may be mispronouncing it. Greebles refers to the small detailed element or parts added to models. Right, okay. Let me see if I can get a text to speech. Hang on. Oh, God. Give me a free one. Everybody wants your money. Everybody wants you to log in. I just want text to speech, man. Nah. Well, I thought Google used to do this for free, and it's like, no. Christ. Here's an app. No. 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 It's called Imperialis, Galactic Combat. Elder Sign has a small series up right now, if anyone wants to check it out. Imperialis. Sounds like a... Rebels.
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 Rebels. Rebels. Rebels.
Rebels. The real word. Small details. Got there eventually. Jesus Christ, I had to sign into my artist's account. Use their AI to generate it. That's so stupid. Right. So this scenario was called Imperialis Galactic Survival. You gotta get the spelling right. Imperialis. Got it. Can't see what I'm looking at, can you? Hang on. Imperialis. Complete overhaul. 2 tech trees, more weapons for combat, extra parts, some quality of life. Dirty mil Gatling for all ship types. Craftable quantum for unlimited CPU. You cheeky sausage. You cheeky sausage. Just turn it off. You don't want it, turn it off. So everything basically for HVSV, black cannons, instructors, bomb launchers, repair tables. Lance turrets and ammo to match. Auxiliary CPU, more CPU. Antimatter drives, antimatter tanks, more tech to come. Advanced helmet, only obtainable as loot. What does the advanced helmet do? What's that? More protection, or does it give you like heads up abilities? AM rifle, ion minigun. That sounds like fun. Combat stimulants and ultra combat stims raise your max health and stamina, makes you regenerate health, rapid speeds, stimulate. So basically, this is the Helldivers. This is the Helldivers scenario, isn't it? It's Imperial Helldivers edition. So that's small vehicles and combat. I love it. Barrage missile launcher. 70mm rockets have also been added to the game. Antimatter shields. More thrust options. Advanced medicines. Edited blocks as well. All SV front-facing weapons are allowed on HVs to add more variety to tank. Love it. SV afterburner thrusters can now be placed on HVs to help tank maneuvering. Love it. Okay. All solar blocks can be placed. Deconstructor can be placed on CVs. Nice. ATM. Alright. Epic drills. You can now make eggs in similar manner to how you make meat. Very nice. So did you take... This is based on the vanilla? Or is it based on Reforged? Because there's a lot of scenarios coming out at the moment that are just tweaked versions of Reforged. So I don't notice any reference whatsoever to Reforged here and all that. So I'm guessing it's a vanilla. And you've tweaked the vanilla and modified it. Give you night vision and ore scanner. Oh, sweet. That is pretty good, combining those two into one. Nice. Look at all the weapons for that HV. Oh, dear. What about, so POIs and stuff like that, I'm guessing, are all just vanilla POIs? Working on story and POIs pretty heavily right now. Oh, sweet, okay. More or less my own version. Sweet. The word gribbling, or greebles, originates from the 1970s, coined by George Lucas and used by effects artists at Industrial Light and Magic to describe small, seemingly random details added to mod. There you go, see? Gribbling! Oh, have the game back, please. Hello. Oh, there we go. Lost it for a minute there, but we're back. Always nice to see someone making new mods, gotta say. Bravo, well done. I mean, honestly, that is awesome. That's a really, really cool thing to do, dude. Ew. I've been leaving that sort of little gap there. It makes this thing look like it can take off and go and do its own thing, but we'll see. That's the hope anyway, is that it looks a little like it's its own little craft, you know? What am I, just jumping down there then, am I? We're done. Oh no, that's the turret. Ball sacks. Thanks so much for even looking at the scenario page during your stream. Can't think of enough. Oh, Brandon, you're welcome, dude. When is someone going to make an Pokemon mod? Got to catch them all. We'll fit at the bottom with the new round blocks. I mean, the Pokemon mod, I mean, you don't actually capture them, but, you know, the cards and stuff in Reforged 2 that Vermilion added in, kind of like a got to catch them all type thing, isn't it? Got to collect them all. So someone's listening to you, Brandon. Sorry, Iron Bucket. Will fit at the bottom with new round blocks. Only thing I wish Elion had for dialogue is the ability to change faction warfare through dialogue options. Yeah. I wish they'd add faction, the Galactic, the territory changes to all factions of the vanilla game. And obviously they want it for the DLC, but let's be honest, that DLC's cooked. Nobody's buying that shit. Right? just give your existing freaking fan base that are still here access to that really cool feature on the main game. Just do it. Stop dicking about. This is problematic. That is exposed warp drivedness. Okay. Let's just do what we need to do to protect this thing, and then we'll just make it the shape we need to make it. That way the story would be super dynamic and choices would matter even more so than they do now. Right? Does anyone bother with trading cards on Reforged Season 2? I mean, I collect them. I don't go out of my way to complete sets. I just hope that after enough looting, I'd end up completing a set. Do you know what I mean? I have boxes dedicated to just trading cards. For real, add the better features to vanilla, melee, faction territory, and personal shields. Yeah. The DLC was a bit lackluster. I bought it just to get them a few more dollars, but I've never played it. I played it when it first came out, but it was so buggy and incomplete I stopped right away. Heard it's leagues better now, but too little too late kind of thing, you know? Yeah. Fell into the old trap of fixing it post-launch. And the problem is you've had your shot, you know? There's not really tolerance among gamers anymore. Well, it's not a case of any more than ever really was. Or fuck, what have I done? Or unplayable at launch, you know? Things being unplayable at launch. The game's core game is good enough, then players might come back, but honestly, it's just better off to make sure you have a playable game when you launch it, to be honest. Like, it's different if there's it's like server problems. There's like technical problems with the servers and stuff like that. I feel like that's different. It's like, okay, the servers are being overwhelmed because we got like too many players or whatever. It's more popular than we anticipated, yada 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 yada. But avoidable bugs, stuff that would come up in just simple playtesting, no excuse. There is no excuse. Sorry. I still find to this day the ass end of a ship one of the hardest things to get right. I still don't know what I'm doing here. I could maybe put some of the little effect projectors in there and get some fire coming out there. The saddest part is there's no replacement to what Empyrion offers. No, not realistically, no. So that itch, you know, you could throw in the towel and say enough, but that itch is always going to be there. And the only game that can really satisfy that itch right now is this game. Despite all of its flaws and all of its shortcomings and all of its I wish it did this, that and the other. It's the only one that does do this, that and the other. Really. Just wish it did this, that and the other better. I don't think that's an unreasonable thing to say. Yeah, I do wish it did this, that and the other, and not better. That's just being honest. I wish that they... What the hell is going on here? Alex, what the fuck? I don't understand that. This thing is high. Why does everything look like it's just jaggedy as hell? That almost looks like frame generation to me. Yep. Even set to freaking. Was that performance or was that quality? That was set to quality, I think, wasn't it? Just turn it off. It's generating false frames. It's making everything look blurry and jaggedy. Terrible. I beg to differ. Have you tried slapping yourself with a wet fish? I find that replicates Empyrion. Hopefully the devs keep listening and eventually update AI and other things people want and not just upgrade models. But to make a game more modern, you have to start somewhere. I don't think you're going to see... I don't think you're going to see any major updates from now on, guys. I think they're done. I think it's safe to say that they're done. That's it. You know, yeah, you'll get some new models and stuff like that because I think they've got some artists on board and they've obviously got some idea of the assets that they want to replace, and stuff like that. For whatever reason. But in terms of, like, you know, actual features, like, you know, the whole hull repair feature thing, which is pretty simple to implement, really, because it's basically the station services mechanic, but they've just slapped it onto a console. So it's not a huge amount of development for them to put that as an easy win for them to put in. But some of the bigger features that, you know, we've been asking for a while, better AI, yada yada yada, better pathing and all that stuff, that takes more development than I think they have the ability to do at the moment. Because the original developers of the game, the founders as they're called, don't actively develop anymore. I don't think the ones that are left actually working on the game know half the code base. Yeah. I don't think you're going to see anything significant from Elion ever again. I really got to do the bottom here, haven't I? Okay. We've got to do 3 block clearance. 3, so that is as low as it can go at the back here, otherwise I won't be able to get out. Need to be able to walk underneath this thing, you know? I've been getting weird black artifacts on reflective lads and whatnot. No clue what it is. If it weren't for the mods, this would be Steam's dead game list. I don't think it would ever fully die, even if the developers were to come out and say, you know, point blank, yeah, we're done with this. I don't think it would be a dead game, because like we said before, there's still that itch that is the only thing that this game is the only thing that satisfies that itch. Get my words right in a minute. Hang on, guys, bear with me. Sorry. The only thing I think that would kill this game is if Space Engineers 2 ends up having PvE content on par with, at least on par with vanilla Empyrion. Because if they can get it to vanilla Empyrion levels of PvE content, then the mods will take over, you know. And with all the engine improvements that Space Engineers 2 is touting at the moment, they're going to be able to fix a lot of the problems with Space Engineers. Assuming Keen actually pull their thumb out their ass and do a good job with the PvE content, then that's it. That's it, I think. That'll be it. That will kill it. That will kill Empyrion. Well, indeed, Brandon, indeed, yeah. But I wouldn't hold your breath on that one. They'll probably end up doing it anyway, because, you know, they got away with it last time, so why wouldn't they? Doing all the stuff in freaking steel. I should be doing it in carbon. Hey, Darren. How you doing, buddy? Hey, Spanj, for your next space sim, have you considered Elite Dangerous? I figure if I did Elite Dangerous, it would go the way of the Star Trucker series, to be honest, Floating Fat Man. Because Elite Dangerous is space trucking, isn't it? Joda, turn off sky reflections. Yeah. Cahoots, dude, I was just listening, and for some strange reason I thought you said Empyrion 2, and I was like, no way! Yeah, no way. Yeah, I don't see that happening ever. I would say without Reforged Eden, I would have stopped this game way in the past, probably after 50 hours. With Reforged Eden, I have over 5,000 hours, and at least 4,500 of that is on Spanj's server over the years. Tab. First of all, thank you very much, dude. I appreciate you. I'm glad you enjoyed the server as well. That's really cool. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if 90% of the current player base of Empyrion, and that number is waning fast, by the way. I've looked into it. I would say 90% are probably playing Reforged or a custom scenario of some sort. I missed the Space Trucker series. Me too. But we're in the vast minority, unfortunately. Unfortunately, the same things happen to the RoboCop series. There's just not enough people interested in watching me play that one, I'm afraid. It can be space trucking, but it can also be bounty hunting, exploring, and Thargoid murdering. Fair enough. Fair enough. Maybe I misjudged. I haven't actually played it, to be fair. But I'm going on the basis of what I've been told about it, I suppose. That is a schoolboy error, really, isn't it? You always find these things out for yourself. Make your own judgments. Things are getting very dramatic all of a sudden. We're almost hull complete. Quick check up on our stats here. 55 degrees roll, 84 yaw, 75 pitch, with 115 second acceleration, deceleration, 117 a second lift. This is pretty much dry weight and zero gravity, 58 lefty righty, 46 down. That's pretty good. I like that. I haven't added any fuel tanks in though, so we've got to take that with a pinch of salt and add some fuel tanks in before I bloody forget to add fuel tanks in and then go, why isn't it turning on? What's going on? Guys, it won't turn on. What's the matter? Help me, please. You bloody spoon. You haven't put any fuel tanks in. So it now has a tiny amount of fuel. That'll do. No, checking. That will not do. Oh, there's a space above the thruster ports. That will do. Lovely. Okay, so that's 6 fuel tanks. You mean they went over here as well? God. Yep, they went over here. 6 fuel tanks is actually okay. It's an okay amount of fuel. Would probably benefit from more, but I'm going to struggle to fit them in safe places. There's a massive shortage of safe space on this ship now. All just, yeah, unless I put them in here with the pilot. I need to reserve that space for Things like fridges, standard cargo boxes, armor lockers, O2 stations, trauma stations, some fake bunk beds, you know? All the important stuff. Wi-Fi, ammo, yes. Turn off DLSSS, Joda. If it's on, turn it off. Last time I played Elite Dangerous on my BBC B in the 80s. There you go. Oh, I love Elite 1. It was the best game ever. Nothing could surpass it for gameplay and graphic. Specky version was best version of Elite. Fight me. Never played on the Spectrum, but won't argue. Cassette loading a game is not something I'll miss. There you go. Insert disc 1. Insert disc 2. Insert disc... Too many discs. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Trying to sort of imagine this space. This space is 3 high here, but it's only 3 high. I don't know if you're going to be able to walk across this. I mean, you will be able to. Will you? Will you, though? Will you? We're going to block that off, in which case this space is up for grabs and free to have, and I could do stuff with it, like fuel tanks. We're going to continue this shaping along a little bit and have a little bit extra room up there. Yes, Chris, they really do. Is this still an SV? It looks like a small city. It's still an SV. It's actually a pretty well-performing SV. Thank you very much. What the? Unfortunately, Floating Fat Man, we are not the target of modern game development studios, publishers. No. If it ain't going to appeal to the 20 to 30 bracket, it ain't getting developed. Not by any kind of publisher like Microsoft, anyway, that's for sure. Yeah, exactly, Taron. Hey, Arjun, how you doing, buddy? I think we're hull complete. We're hull complete. Can't believe I've done that in a single freaking stream. I mean, yes, there's some detailing to do. This whole flat bullshit area up here needs to, you know, have some serious attention dedicated to itself. But yeah, otherwise, you know, pretty feature complete. I think I might this whole lip here. I think I might just take this down to a little slow like that. And then I need to do something here, I think. It's just that there's not a huge variety of block shapes available in half block format, unless you go for the typical kind of train line, tram line thing here. There's simple things you can do, like you can create vents. So you can do that, and it creates like a nice little venting effect, but I can't really do that all the way down. Doesn't really work. So you can do a little bit of venting and then do something else. And these ones available, which can interlace, create quite a cool effect that way. Doubling them up actually works quite nicely. It's quite a cool little checkerboard effect. Almost looks like interlinking like chains, doesn't it? This is Endgame Core 17, yeah, Sergeant. Here's the engine block, patented, named thusly. All of its core components, shield components, warp core, Wi-Fi, and a fusion reactor in the bum. Don't get shot in the bum. ensure protection in the bum. There is combat steel, however. Combat steel bum protection. Is that enough power? I don't know. I haven't power tested it. Yes. I hope it's enough power, because squeezing some generators in this thing is going to be a real challenge. Huh? Should be. I don't see why it wouldn't be enough power, but you know, there's one way to find out, isn't there? Let's fire her up. We left the pentaxid in behind. There we go. Right, power on. Idling at 17% energy usage. Alright. That is less of a view than I originally had, isn't it? Quite significantly less of a view than I originally had. Control X to power on shields. Fucking hell, look at that maneuverability. 118, 110%. Boost. $97. 112. 118 is as high as I've seen it so far. Also taking its sweet ass time charging those shields. Oh, there they go. Holy crap. 20% chunks. 120.5. 122. Okay. So we need at least 30% more power to be comfortable with that. So, what does a fusion reactor get us? Well, let's figure out the numbers here. Fusion. That's a shield. Fusion reactor gives us 200 watts. So we need another 60 watts of power. Is that all? Wait, no, I'm looking at the wrong number. It's 20 kilowatts. 20 kilowatts. So we need another 6 kilowatts. There's more weight impacts power spikes. Yeah, I think so. So I need 3 generators. That's 3,000 CPU. 3,000 CPU. It's fine. We've got 9,000 available. 3 of these. Gonna pop these around somewhere. The only space that I have is now this shelf here. Every other area in here is now fully lush. I could put probably 2 next to these fusion reactors if I, like, say, take those blocks out, put one there, put one there, and then just leave them exposed like that. It'll be fine. 20, an extra 20% power is probably the bare minimum. Right. So. This bum block is getting much bigger, isn't it? Bum guard. The bum guard. It's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Let's do another test here. A much shorter amount of time. Check it. So, boost everything, fire everything. %, 90%, 91. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good with just 2. The only thing that might upset it would be a 4G planet. Fortunately, I have one just here. Here's one I created earlier. Better cooling. And the guns are not firing, no. As long as you don't fly or use the weapons, it should be fine. Well, I mean, the way I test it is I push every engine, I boost the engines, I fire them in all directions, and so on and so forth. And the likelihood of all of that going on while charging shields and firing weapons is quite unlikely. It is quite unlikely that you're going to spike the generators like that in reality. Here we go. Altitude holding. Verify 4.14 Gs of gravity. Even with the weights and volumes turned off in creative mode, the gravity is still a fair test. So we are a lot slower in rolling and atmospheric stuff, though. Take the visibility out of this cockpit. It's minimal. Shut the front door. Oh my gosh. I'd have to do that in survival charging us. That's hilarious. Yoink. The lift, the down thrusters have enough power to keep this thing airborne in 4Gs. That's pretty nice. That yaw, man, is so good. The roll is sluggish, but it's quite a wide ship, so you'd kind of expect it to, I think. The yaw is very good. I don't need to roll anything through this asteroid field. It's all just done on pitch and yaw. Dems to torpedoes. Oh, big lag spike. Thanks, game. Still reloading. Holy crap, the reload speed on this. I must be loading in some ships. Oh yeah, there's a Timur up there. What's that little thing beyond it? Oh, is that a Xerax ship? Woohoo! It's got a bit of blocks missing. It's got a little bit of damage. A little bit of damage. Nothing major though, yeah? Just a little bit. Alright. Target run on the bridge. Fucking hell. That's a hole! Miz. I'm ready. Let's go to war. Holy shit. That's catastrophic levels of damage, that is. That's impressive. Belly shot. Yep. There's not much left of that sunnet, is there? Just a scratch. It's just a weird scratch, isn't it? Oh, that would have been awesome. Just clip the top of it. If we go in the first person, I may be better off. Thread that needle. Yeah, I think she flies pretty well. Pretty happy with the way that she flies. That's what I wanted from a high-end combat SV. You want to be able to freaking maneuver it around like crazy. So, happy days. Power levels are good, CPU levels are good. The weapons are very good. Got to keep the shields down on whatever you're targeting. All right. For interior space, then, we might be better off heading onto a planet. The moon should be good. The moon, I think, is temperate. And 1 Gs. Sulfur moon, half a G. He'll do. Where's the bloody moon? Oh, there it is. Just so that we've got some gravity to walk through the interior with. Fuel capacity isn't good. An hour. Well, an hour idle. Half an hour. Yeah, 20 minutes. The shield's charging. Yeah, 15 minutes. Operationally, yeah, it's less than an hour's fuel, which is not, as you say, good. It's not good, but we can adjust that. That's no problem. I think that shelf in the bay is going to be our fuel reserves area. Not ideal, but you know, it'll do. The only space we've got left. That's no moon. Yeah, failed. Iron bucket. I think the quote is also, now this is pod racing. Make one of those CVs that refuel ships. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, if you're taking this to one of those combat sites that can't take CVs, then and you run out of fuel, you're a bit effed, really, aren't you? So rule number 1, take fuel. I have to adjust this cockpit, man. I want this cockpit to have like a premium freaking view out the front of the combat, and instead I've got a freaking letterbox, despite the fact that it's 2 blocks high, which I thought was quite a lot, really. But I'm going to have to move that cockpit forward, which means adjusting the chin to be a sharper angle, which isn't a problem. Which hopefully won't be a problem. Welcome to a sulfur moon. Delightful place. Flat-ish area, please. Oh, good test of the old landing gears as well. Come on. Touchdown, please. Like a dainty butterfly. Or something. So yeah, I can stand underneath it. And I can get in. And I can get around the back here. Sort of. Honestly, if I'm going to use this shelf as extra fuel storage anyway, then it doesn't really matter. And on that note, they don't need a window if it's fuel storage, do I? So, take that out. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. That should help. Basically double fuel capacity. So now you will get an hour of combat time. Any chance of a comeback of the death races? Only if you can find someone who wants to create them, edit them, and run them, because I'm afraid I don't have the time to, and well, Iron Wolf doesn't want to do it anymore, so it's unlikely, unfortunately. They were fun though, weren't they? Oh, that's a... Yeah, I got you. Yeah, prime, right? The little smuggling spot in there. Around the back of these fuel tanks. Yeah, well. Yeah, it'll be alright. It'll be fine. And I just could have filled it with extra container extensions, couldn't I? Anything to help the old ammo capacity be a little bit higher? 250 now. Right, let's sort this out. I want to be right there. Yeah, that's the view you want. That's the view you want. Problematic from this point of view. Ugh. You can add angled window blocks upwards and downwards. Only got 4 data cores tonight if you need them. Oh, nice one, Oz. You're looking for a name. Perhaps if you're familiar with the old British sitcom Last of the Summer Wine, Nora Batty is a choice because of the long face. Shit front. Nora Batty. I can't think of another ship name that would instill more fear than, you know, an angry old lady who loves to complain in her pastime. Yeah, maybe you're right. Not sure about this long window at the bottom here. I think I might take that one out. And then... better. All that just so I have a better view at the cockpit, basically. Hey, Kevin. I didn't think Spanj would be all... No. Oh, Last of the Summer Wine is not something that I actively really watched, to be honest. I was too young for it, but it was on the TV when I was a wee lad. It was definitely on the telly. So I am familiar with the show Last of the Summer Wine. I couldn't say I would be able to pick up Nora Batty out of a lineup, to be honest. Apart from the description you gave me. Pick the one with the longest face, I suppose. Alright. Trauma station. Right next to the clone chamber. We're gonna have to add some storage in here. Now, I've dedicated most of the space to obviously container extensions there. Let me just check this laser. It has got surrounded by blocks. Yes, this one isn't surrounded by blocks, so that would be a problem unless I seal it. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to get a container controller here for some regular old storage. Tempted to put that next to that laser, but that laser is probably going to attract some unwanted attention, so put it here. Which is still right bloody next to it, really, isn't it? To be honest. I would like to be able to go up here and sort of stand here. So I need to leave this space 3 high. Well, I haven't quite invented a reason in my head why I'd want to go up here, to be honest. Last summer wine is on Amazon Prime, apparently. Oh my gosh, really? Wow. Oh, scraping the bottom of the barrel there, aren't they? Bit of loot capacity there, not very much. Hey Juggy, how's it looking? Chunky, some people say. But it put 3 massive fucking holes into a sonnet, so, you know. That's hopefully quite successful. Well, we'll see, won't we? After a couple of the torpedoes, there will not be much loot left to get. Yeah, true. Yeah, this is definitely a freaking scorched earth kind of vessel, isn't it? last few little bits then. We need O2 station. Armor locker. Constructor's useful. The fridge. Le fridge. Am I being blind? Yes, I am. There is the fridge. And you can get a scanning station for SVs as well. See if we can squeeze one of those in. Would we like a gravity generator? I don't think one's entirely necessary, to be honest, but why not? O2 station and the armor locker are reasonably easy. So O2 station, armor locker could in theory go there, but I'm actually going to opt to put it there. In being this block line can continue. Rather, actually. It's a nice shelf, isn't it? Then we have a food processor as well. Yep, we do. That's the hull breach. How are we doing on CPU? 45,900, 46,000 basically. Scanning table is... Oh, it's so daddy. It's beautiful. Oh, it's so cute. Look at it. It's like a little daddy table. It's a daddy table. Oh, I really want to put that where this thing is, but I mean... Oh my gosh. It's adorable. Can I put that like as like a pilot aid? Just getting in the way though. The problem is like I need to be able to access it, right? Oh, look at the teeny tiny doobie 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 boo boo. Why is he so diddy diddy? There's a little diddy table. It's so cute. Oh, hello. Extra small. Small. Medium. I'm assuming it's a small one. Small one. Thankfully. Probably. It's a turret. Radioactive. I gotta take one of these little pipes out. What's the thing? Control F. Oh, really? Son of a bitch. pathetic. I mean, it would be big enough for the whole ship if I put it there. That would encompass everything I need it to. Yeah. I don't want to go bigger, because then I needed a bigger space. Oh well, no gravity generator. It'll be fine. Well, well, well. I mean, basically feature complete, isn't it? Apart from like lighting and stuff like that. Yeah, the way the ship is landed. It's a good job I did do these half block roofs, because yeah, we were slightly on uneven terrain. You won't be able to get under the. Yeah, you get a bit stuck. But you've always got crouch as well, so not the end of the world. Yeah, I extended SV gravity range in mine. Haha, nice. F you, Elion. That was a nice touch. Nice touch. I wonder if the flare launcher might be worthwhile. I got the CPU for it, right? Yes, I do. Yeah, flare launcher up in here. It's not quite. Flare launcher can go up underneath though, can't it? Can I do it up and inverted like that? I'm not sure what's better, to be honest. Yeah. Oh, I don't like the idea of that being embedded like that. It's going to be interesting. That is sitting right on top of warp drive. Does the flare launcher get targeted? I don't think it does. Oh, thank you, Iron Bucket. Yes. Okay, yeah. Ah, wow. Right. Let's save this. Sorry. To C17 Combat SV. We'll come up with a name next time. I'm quite happy with how much progress we've made on this in a single stream. It's basically feature complete, hull complete. Most of the shaping is done. Like a few little refinings, put some gribbling on. And then, yeah, paint and texture. I'm really happy with how it performs as well. It is a speedy little beast. Let's have a look at the stats real quick. The cost is going to be a lot, just to warn you. 42 antimatter converters, 6 thruster components, 4 small auxiliary CPU cores, many upgrade kits, palladium, xenon materials, 70 quantum processors, 76 and 56 bridges and matrices respectively, 80 superconductors, 36 radiation shieldings, a reactor core, and 16 heat exchangers. There's no mistaking that you are going to have already taken on at least legacy infectors in order to acquire that number of quantum processors. That is a result of the quantum storage, basically, to get the storage levels up on this thing. A lot of you were saying like how big it was, and it's ridiculous how big it is, but you can see now not actually that much space left. Yes, we've got silly things in like passenger seats and scanning stations, scanning stations, but really an SV with interior space that has clone chambers and stuff like that, that's that is almost exactly the size that we needed it to be. Ouch, my resource reserves. You got two cockpits. You got the one at the top there, which is more of a kind of like, it's almost like an observation dome up there on its own, isn't it? And then the main cockpit with the view. Although the headlights there are, they've got a bit of shadows going on there, haven't they? I think the shadows are caused by the glass that I've used. I've put this armored glass over it, and that is causing the crisscross effect. It's interesting. You come out of the ship, and it's fine. Let me just reverse the transparency on these things. See what it looks like then. Oh, that's better. Yeah, you still got the weird lines and stuff, but it's not game breaking. The weird lines are, I believe, caused by the cross sections in the windows, which is a shame, but you can't get the heavy glass windows without the frames at that angle, so it's either take them off entirely or just put up and shut up. Yep. I could put a vertical armored glass plate, the 2x1, over the thing, and then just do away with the sloping entirely. It's an option. But yeah. That's going to be it for today, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining me today. Thank you so much for all the subs and resubs that follows. Welcome along all the new names that I see popping up there. Thank you so much for joining me. Hope you enjoyed. Yeah, I should be back with this build again soon, because it's almost bloody finished, so why not, right? But yeah, I hope you enjoyed the stream, guys. I'm going to be playing, I'll see if I can play some bar with the boys tonight, and I'll see if I can give it a stream as well, but we'll see how it goes. But thank you again, and I'll see you Friday with the Chaos Crew for some more Schedule 1. Watch out for a special video announcement tomorrow, and yeah, we'll see what happens on Friday. I haven't got anything for that yet, but I'll see what I can do. Okay, take care of yourselves. Thank you again, everybody. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.